Welcome one, welcome all. Happy time zones. For those of you here in the United States, I wish for you a very happy, very peaceful, very rewarding Thanksgiving Day. I hope it's been a heck of a day for you because I know it sure as heck has been a heck of a day for me. And I most definitely hope that you're well, that you're doing all right. Welcome on in, Mino, especially you. Welcome on in. Glad to see you here. How are you doing today? Happy Fibonacci Day. That's right. For those of us joining us for the first time, my name is Abba. I am a retro slash variety streamer, mainly retro, but retro slash variety. And on this channel, we sometimes have a dark mode and we also have a non dark mode. Today is one of those non dark mode moments because, let's be honest, it's my last day before I go back to work. So, I do want to make sure that I put the filters at least partially back on. But we usually will stream on my days off, provided I have enough time and what have you. So today we are going to be featuring Shadowgate 64. Last time we had left off, we were in the process of trying to get into a third tower in the castle Shadowgate. Now, this is the sequel to a game from the NES era, where a young man named Lord Jer is sent into Castle Shadowgate to stop the Warlock Lord from bringing forth an absolutely devastating monster called the Behemoth. And to Jer's credit, he was able to do that, but not by killing the Warlock Lord, but by stunning and enraging the Behemoth enough that the Behemoth fell into this chasm and grabs the Warlock Lord, essentially banishing this Warlock Lord to the depths of damnation. And you're buffering. I'm so sorry, Mino. I'm sorry. It honestly could be on my end also because I know that my bitrate kind of staggers initially, and hopefully it'll be smoothing on out. So, but we are now playing at a time that's much later than the first game. So Lord Jer has lived a decently long and fruitful life, and this game occurs several decades, I believe, after Lord Jer's passing. So you are playing as the halfling Dell, and Dell was just chilling, riding along with a caravan of merchants, and they were besieged by a group of bandits who fired on them with fire arrows and managed to take some of the folks alive. They also had to keep Dell alive, and when we found ourselves inside of a holding cell, we actually found a way into the sewers, and from the sewers, we're able to find a way into one of the legendary one of the legendary towers of the castle that have been magically sealed off by Lockbeard, the great wizard of the land, who was Lord Jer's mentor, friend, and essentially right hand person. So we're trying to figure out how to advance through all these different towers and learn the ways of magic because there actually is a sorcerer named Belzar who, in the course of being very hungry for knowledge of the magic ways, has also kind of fallen on the wayward side, and they are trying to resurrect the Warlock Lord. So, unfortunately, there's no other sorcerer in the land who's able to stop this new threat. So, obviously, if the Warlock Lord comes back into power, given their thirst for power and their thirst for knowledge of the dark arts, it's not going to look so good for the land. So we are unfortunately, the only chance that the folks in this realm have of making it through alive. So I think we're maybe about halfway done with the game. I'd say probably halfway done with the game. So if we end up finishing this off, we may end up actually switching on over to Perfect Dark or to Hexen. We may even explore a little sneak peek of Ogre Battle 64, which is one of the two games that we may be featuring in a stream later on this year. I'm glad to hear that, Mino. Uh, I think that yeah, I really think that it could be on my side because I'm taking a look at the bitrate history and everything. And it really has kind of wavered up and what have you. So I'm just like, I hope that stabilizes. I don't know if it's maybe my ISP or if it's my router or what have you. But usually the bitrate doesn't fall like really horrifically bad. It just kind of fluctuates. So I know that can also cause buffering issues. Play Superman 64? No, absolutely not. I have definitely heard of that best game of all time. Yes. I've absolutely heard of that dumpster fire of a game, and I refuse. Maybe one of these days, if we ever do a let's play critically panned games for charity, I will do that. But no way, no how, not happening. So that actually does remind me that we have several upcoming events. First, I think we have one more regular stream on Wednesday, and then after that, we're going to try out our first Abba with commentator episode. So we're going to have Abba in the viewers couch, where we're going to have Scott's gamer lounge commentating on our horrifically bad playthrough of GoldenEye 007. Such a classic, and I will admit that I'm so spoiled because of the new controller layouts, like the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1 era controller layouts, Xbox controller layouts, and everything. That I don't know that I can very easily switch back to the N64 style of run and gun. So Superman 64 is amazing. Its only problem is that it controls like crap. The graphics are horrible. The sound design is meh. The gameplay is boring. The plot is stupid. Other than that, it's a masterpiece. Very well said, Mino. I mean, after that, what's there not to like? Oh, that is absolutely freaking awesome. Actually, we're pitting that one. So yes, um, we are going to have one regular stream on Wednesday, and that's probably going to be an N64 stream. We're going to have after that our Abba with a couch commentator stream on December 3rd. I think that's like a Saturday or what have you. And that's going to be featuring Scott Gamer Lounge coming on as a commentator, pretty much, hopefully roasting the ever living daylights out of my my horrifically bad play style and technique as I try to play through GoldenEye 007. Uh, on December 12th, I think that's a Tuesday, It's going to be a 24-hour stream. We're going to be raising money for charity for the Wildlife Conservation Society, and if we happen to hit our donation goal, and I haven't quite figured out exactly where I want to set that bar, but we're going to be featuring that link very prominently. That way, you know, any sort of tips or subs unfortunately do not count towards the goal. It has to be through that specific link. That way, all the money goes to the Wildlife Conservation Society. Because there's no way for me to turn that around and then give to the charity, not without losing a chunk to processor fees and to either Twitch or any other third party processor. But if we hit that donation goal, then we're going to be doing a 48-hour stream with sleeping breaks allowed, and we're going to be doing a single session console run. And what do we mean by that? That means the console stays on. There's no memory pack. There's no memory card. No nothing. So saves are most likely not going to be featured at all, because no memory card, no save pack, unless the game saves locally, which most games don't. It's gonna have to stay on the entire time. The console has to stay on for the entire 48 hours. Otherwise, we lose all the progress. And we're gonna either play through Ogre Battle 64 on the N64, or we're gonna be playing through Final Fantasy 4. If you grew up here in the U.S. in the 90s, it was actually called Final Fantasy 2 on the SNES. Well, we're going to be playing the PS1 version of that, which is kind of the way that that the developers had really intended for the game to be played. It's a little tougher. It's a little different from the Final Fantasy that was released on the SNES, but it's more in line with what was released to other gamers worldwide. So we'll see how all this goes. Hopefully, I'm not going to be getting called into work for sick call coverage or anything like that. But from my understanding, we should have probably 4 new hires and folks returning back from medical leave. So they should have enough folks to cover if anything goes sideways. So I'm pretty sure it's going to remain stable. Of course, I do work a rotating schedule, so we don't have any fixed days or times that we stream. So if you're new here, especially if you're new here, I can't unfortunately say that we stream on specific days because I work a rotating schedule. However, anytime that I'm able to post an update, it'll go on Twitter for sure. Okay, so the last time we were here in Castle Shadowgate, I'm pretty sure we had been able to get the Ring of the Dead. We were able to escape from the 2 towers, the Student's Tower and Lockmir's personal tower that he used for his quarters, as well as for his own studies of the magical arts. I think we're trying to figure out a way to get into the 3rd tower, which is being blocked off by some flooding. We managed to get the first level of water down using a Stone of Thirst, which was able to soak in, or not soak in, but soak up a ton of water, enough for us to get to the next level down, which features three wheels that may be able to, I think, drain one more portion of the underwater passage into the tower. I don't think we can get in there though, because we need some more equipment. So what we're gonna do first things first, I'm going to go ahead and try to go and find out if it's possible for us to get the treasure from one of the most famous and wealthiest denizens of this land. And of course, I have to make sure also that we are wearing the Ring of the Dead, because if we're not wearing the Ring of the Dead, we're not going to be able to speak with this dude. Oh, actually, no. Let me take that off. So I was thinking about this the other day, and it should have been a little more obvious to me. There's a person who was the wealthiest person in all the land, and he was complaining that, hey, after I died, nobody ever really came by to mourn my death or what have you. I've got this hidden treasure that no one's going to be able to find. And folks took his possessions from when he was alive, split that up amongst themselves, and they haven't found this treasure. We know where that treasure is because we ran into the guy's dead servant, who happened to die roughly around the area that he also buried this treasure. So let's see if we can place a flower on this dude's grave and try to call some favor from him, and maybe hopefully get him to give us some proof or other that we can get our hands on the treasure. I'm not sure what that'll do for us, but worth a shot. Ah, you have done something not even my friends had done, shown me kindness. In return, I will give you what they sought. Hear me, halfling. Long ago, during the Rage Wars, I ordered my servant to hide most of my fortune. He was to bury it deep underground where they were building the water channel. Seek ye high and low, since even I do not know its location. For it is there that you will find my servant. Tell him this. Tell my servant, Dercius, ere stolen bids you to relinquish the treasure. Then do with it as you wish, remembering what it can and cannot buy. No joke, that actually kind of reminds me of one of my favorite movies of all time. The Count of Monte Cristo. I have never actually read the book itself, even though I've heard that it's a really great work to pick up and leaf through. However, I have watched the 2003 2004 remake, and oh my goodness, one of the best films I've ever watched. Kind of reminds me of this dude having his fortune hidden away underneath this hidden cove in an island somewhere, I guess, off the coast of Italy or something of sorts. But he's got so many treasure chests just filled with gold. It's not even funny. Reading. Yes, I know, I know. I actually do read a decent amount. It's just I don't read any of the longer the classics and what have you anymore. I used to really be into the longer stories, like, say for instance, something along the lines of like a Starship Troopers, or something along the lines of, I don't know, Crime and Punishment, or um, As I Lay Dying, those types of books. But these days, I'm like, nah, fam, I can't do it. For me, it's just, get me a short story or an anthology. Anthology is even better because um, something along the lines of like Isaac Asimov kind of um, short story or series of short stories is a whole lot more fun than some of the older, longer books. I think the only exception to that I would make though is the Foundation series, which is definitely not a collection of short stories. It's a longer piece of work by Isaac Asimov, but one of the rare books that I'll look at and say, "Hey, it's worth my time to invest in." You don't know much English literature, mostly sci-fi like Asimov and Dune and stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I've had some exposure to English literature because school, but no, I very much am more of a fan of Asimov or Dune or what have you. Something that's a little more sci-fi. But even then, I'd prefer more of a string of short stories than one long, piece of literature. It just doesn't hold my interest anymore. Okay, hopefully, there we go. You see that Air Stolen ordered me to give you the treasure? And you call me by my true name, Dercius? Surely it's so. I am free to my task. My vigil ends today. Talk about being dedicated. The ghost relinquishes the treasure. My master put this treasure under my care. I didn't know the dangers of this place. For 153 years, I have stood guard, unable to forswear my earthly duty. Wow. Today, you have given me my freedom back. I entrust it to you. Take it. Dude just went straight up. Yeet! You did not have English literature in school, Brazilian Portuguese. That's definitely understandable. I don't expect that that English literature would be something um, that would be universally taught or important. Um, the way that I look at it is when you take a look at different styles of literature, it also has a huge cultural component that that I think is very important when you're trying to analyze pieces. Because I mean, let's be honest. Let's be brutally honest. A lot of the cultural resonance matters. So, for instance, if I were to pick up a book and it's something that I can't relate to, then trying to pick apart the layers of meaning that a good and rich piece of literature has is virtually impossible. It's just going to look like any other story out there, right? So, for folks who attend school beyond the U.S. or beyond the U.K. and what have you, there may be a component of English literature because there are some authors out there who are very lauded in the international community. But I would also expect and I would hope that there would be more um, localized authors with very rich works that you would be able to pick apart because it's a perspective, it's a cultural perspective that resonates with you as a student and as a reader, because then you'll be able to take a look at the different nuances that you have and not have to worry about trying to figure out subtext after subtext that just doesn't make any sense to you because it's not your culture. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just I just remember a few times when I was in school and we would have students kind of look over at these pieces of literature that were written with say a more Cajun dialect. Like literally, instead of it being proper English, it would be more phonetic in and pronunciation, and it was very distinct in that respect. But we would have so many people complain about, it's not written in proper English. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to be written in proper English. Like that's part of the charm of the book, and part of the author specifically chose to write in that style, and it just is how it is. And it was pretty much trying to tell you, because the character themselves, they were living in a place that was very ripe in colonial history, in a more historical time. So I'm just like, it's part of the immersion. You have to look at this from the perspective of somebody with a history of challenging the colonial authority, not being a part of it. So kind of get off your high horse with it's not in proper English, so it's a piece of crap. I'm like, no, no, it isn't. You're just missing the point. Oldest book you remember being taught is the the Lusíads in school. 16th century Portuguese epic poem. Some people laud it as the first book in Portuguese as its own language when it's split from Spanish. That sounds interesting. Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think you can get a lot more of a worldview, and especially when you talk with others about their experiences and what have you, you can get a lot out of it than just focusing on say English literature. In proper English, have you been in the internet? Right? That would be actually one of the funniest things about those classmates of mine too, because this was in the I don't want to say in the beginnings of the internet because I'm not that old, but certainly around a time when people were much more congregated in forums and what have you, and message boards. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, half the stuff that you guys get exposed to online are definitely not proper English. So I want to visit this dude because I have a feeling he's got the the chipped violin that the dungeon keeper had sold off. And we tried to use regular coins to purchase that chipped violin, and didn't have it. So let's see what we could buy with some treasure. Whoa, that is quite the tiny sum. Where did you? Never mind. I do not wish to know. Doesn't wish to know where we got this heavenly sum of coins. Now let me remember. Ah, yes, it was a violin. Never mind what I said earlier. Let me think. I've got it. A neat solution to my problem. I will offer you one of these three. It is your choice. I had nothing to do with it. Uh oh. That sounds really bad. Like, wait a minute. You had nothing to do with what? Had nothing to do with what? What ended up happening here, buddy? Which one would you like? The violin without strings? No. The chipped violin? Yes. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, we have the chipped violin. Somehow or other, we're going to need this to distract the dungeon keep, because it's one of his biggest hobbies. Like, the dude apparently cried when he ended up selling his violin. So I'm hoping this is going to help us out some. The other thing that I'm wondering about though is we can't get past I guess the mercenary, one of the bandits who end up capturing us, um, they've they've got themselves placed right in front of a door that we haven't been able to explore, and it's this dude here. Ah, if it isn't the halfling from the trade caravan. I had heard that you escaped. You should have stayed there. It's much safer. Don't worry, I do not wish to catch you. No, things have changed. Belzar has returned. This is an evil portent indeed, and I fear for all of us. You know what's bad when these dudes, the freaking bandits who are running this castle, are scared of this wizard. I have seen what Belzar can do. The snake has cut down over a score of my men. So be careful, halfling, for Belzar now rules this strange castle. Okay, so I do want to try to get past this dude. Let's see if we got anything that we might be able to use. And of course, I forget you kind of have to stand close to folks. I don't need such a thing. I'm a thief. If I want something, I'll steal it. Okay, bro. Can we give you a coin? You think that is wise, halfling? Taking our spoils? Perhaps. Hmm. Okay. All right. So let's see. What else do we have in inventory right now? The only other thing I can think of. So I wonder, considering how quickly Belzar's people got here, I'm wondering if anyone's been able to leave town. Because I know that we had talked with Jezebel to try to find her son. Her son Saul killed his friend Lucas, searching for gems and treasure, and she thinks that he killed Lucas, took a staff that they had thought was the staff of ages, and tried to leave to sell it. But what I've noticed is that it looks like when we got here, it it just about seems like we got here within a day or two. Um, Belzar's folks came right on in. So I don't know if this guy was able to actually leave. And if that's the case, they're staying here. Oh, and that's right. If I'm also not mistaken, what's his face was this innkeeper was Jezebel's friend, helping her helping her pretty much calm down and hope for the best for her kid because they hadn't seen each other in a while. I know that pendant. It's just like Jezebel's. Where did you get it? Did you steal that pendant from Jezebel's corpse? You are perhaps a grave robber. Nope. You say she entrusted it to you? You take me for a fool, little man. Jezebel died long ago. I saw her buried with that pendant. She told you to give it to Saul? What you speak of is madness. Madness, I say. Okay, so chances are Saul is not here, but hopefully this innkeeper can kind of tell us more about what's happened. Something tells me that maybe Saul became a part of Belzar's party of soldiers and we might have to track him down? You do think me a fool. You can speak to the dead no more than I can. Test you? All right, I will play your game and prove you a liar. If you were asked to find Saul, you must know all kinds of things about him. You remember this one, Jezebel Hussy? Oh, welcome on inside. How are you doing today? Happy Thanksgiving. kind of funny that we're mentioning this after a certain stream yesterday. Um, I still can't believe I still can't believe that someone in there was asking something about how do I know if the mac and cheese is just right. Hashtag if it reminds you of someone. Hashtag if you know you know. Hashtag not expounding more about that because this is not an episode. This is not an episode of Abba After Dark. And this is not dark mode, so. But I do have to say that was one of the funniest things I had ever seen inside. I don't think that they kind of caught on to what was trying to be insinuated either. It just made it that much funnier, at least for me. So let's see if you can answer my questions. What's the name of Saul's friend? The one that Saul killed? Yeah, it's gonna be Lucas. Who was Saul hoping to find? Gold and gems. How long after he left did the poor woman die? A fortnight. It was a melanin fueled chat. It was absolutely a melanin fueled chat. That was so freaking amazing. All of your answers were correct. I have to admit that I am quite surprised. I still do not pretend to understand how you know these things, but it matters not. The fact that you did not steal from the old woman is enough for me. I have plenty of vacant rooms here. Choose one. No need to pay. The tale I will be able to tell from this is payment enough. Oh, okay. The innkeeper's a slight jerk, but not a bad guy. Having appeased the unkempt innkeeper, you get your first good look at the inn. The place is deserted except for the striking-looking woman in the corner. Your eyes meet and you feel quite strange. She seems to look into your very soul. Unlike the one earlier where someone said, "Screw all seasonings." Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hashtag salt and pepper. You know, I just shook my head when I heard that because I was just like, are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? Yeah, yeah, no. I kind of want to pretend for that person's sake and for my respect for them. And I'm just like, yeah, nah, fam, nah. Season your food, like season your food. Even when said streamer making the mac and cheese was just straight up saying something about boiling chicken and everything. I'm like, yeah, you know what? My folks and I have done that in the past, but we never, ever just boiled it unseasoned or anything. Nah, fam. The water was seasoned, the chicken was seasoned and marinated, like cured for a day or two. Then that sucker was boiled. Then it was shredded using a fork and knife, and then it was seasoned again as part of a noodle dish. So I'm just looking at like, yeah, no, it got seasoned every freaking step of the way. This was not just a, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and thaw this out from the freezer, salt and pepper it, put it in unseasoned boiling hot water, boil it, serve it. Nah, fam, that's disrespectful. That's desperation. I mean, heck, and at that point, that's just lazy because I mean, you can even go to the dollar store and get yourself some more than just salt and pepper. They're acting like they're in the late 1800s, but they even play Red Dead Redemption. It's like it's like one of my coworkers had said, and this was a person who they went to Europe, and if you ask them about their lineage and everything, they'll tell you straight up that they are a mutt of European lineages. Like it's so mixed, they don't even know like what percentage is there. But they went to Britain to wine and dine with her boyfriend, and it was sort of like a half business trip because he travels a lot internationally for work, and he decided, hey, I'm just gonna take her along. So they go to Britain. They have like 2 or 3 days there, and then they go out to like Germany, and then they spend 2 or 3 days there. They go out to Italy, spend 2 or 3 days there. Go over to France, spend a day or two, and then head back to the U.S. Right? So she actually straight said, "Whatever y'all do, skip England, go straight to mainland Europe." We're all looking at her like, "Why?" She says, "Look, these folks traveled half the world away and started some crap to be able to secure access to spices, and they still have no idea how to use them." I'm like, yo. She's like, I've never been happier than to go to Germany and grab a plate of food because it was actually seasoned. I was like, wow, that's bad. Dollar store got all the mini seasonings for $1.25. Absolutely freaking lootly. And that's not a joke either. I mean, I used to hit a dollar store for other seasonings other than salt, pepper. I mean, garlic powder, onion powder. You're darn right. Right? I still have a thing of oregano, some rosemary. We got some thyme. We got some turmeric. We got some paprika. We got some brown sugar. You got some sea salt, some coarse sea salt. You got the fine sea salt. Man, it's just a growing list. We got cumin. I mean, come on now. Come on now. We got spices, man. We got spices. You see vids of seafood broils where they dump a pot on top of newspapers, and this crap is always so devoid of color. You assume flavor and start looking at people to see how pink they are. The corn adds. No, the corn does not add color. And that is freaking sad. That's a waste of seafood. That's a criminal waste of seafood. You said at least have a thing of season on you and cover it. Yeah. Thank you, side. Thank you. Honestly, when I look at those seafood broils and everything, where they got the crawdads and they got a little bit of this, they got a little bit of that in there, some shrimp, some prawns, that kind of thing. And they got the corn on the cob there. They got the potatoes. I'm looking at like, look, man, Old Bay. That's the least you can do. Old Bay that crap. If it's just pure salt pepper, you done messed up. That is straight up disrespectful, not only to yourself, not only to your guests, but also to the seafood that you probably dropped a crap ton of money on. There are a few things that get me really upset in life, but that's one of them. Needed an emergency shot at MSG. Yes, yes, it did. Dell, I knew you would come. Who the heck is this lady, and how does she know our name? I also knew you would escape the dungeon. Was she the one who helped us out? How? I'm a seeress. I can foresee such things, just as I foresaw your arrival here. In fact, I saw a vision of you long before you were captured. I spoke to the thieves days before your caravan entered this territory. A halfling, I told them, but not any halfling, one with valuable knowledge. What? You blame me? On the contrary, it's because of me that you still live. The thieves would have robbed your caravan and killed you in the process. You could use some of said mac and cheese right now, for real. When I saw that mac and cheese, I'm looking like, bruh, hook me up, hook me up. Honestly, I could go for some mac and cheese. I could definitely go for some buffalo chicken right now too, and I could definitely go for some garlic Brussels sprouts. So now I ask you to return the favor. Seek out my brother Agar and free him. We gotta go back to the dungeon. He was captured. I fear he will not live through the night. Please forgive me for involving you, but I have no choice. Will you help? We don't really have a choice. Thank you, Dell. I knew you were more than a simple half. Simple? Who's she calling simple? To get to the lower dungeon, you have to go past the room of the dungeon keeper. Be careful that he doesn't notice you. Perhaps you could come up with a distraction. When you find Agar, give him this orb. He will know what to do with it. Now go, Dell. Fare thee well. We have a magical orb. That looks like it's got some fire to it, or some thunder. You end up, unfortunately, needing to get rid of one of the two roosters you have and turn them into soup earlier. That sucks. I'm sorry. Also, wait. Side, are you telling me you get yourself some of them fresh eggs like no other? Because all I gotta say is that hits way different. How come dollar stores have something for $1.25? Uh, that's a tough one, me know. I think that they used to be like actual dollar stores, and then they kind of figured out that they could actually get folks for a little bit more. So they're not really strict dollar stores, but they're more like dollar discount type. Anything you purchase there is going to be under $5. They're getting old, so the eggs are not every day anymore. Mostly come out soft. Ah, man, I'm sorry. All I gotta say though is, freaking fresh eggs like that, yo. Oh my gosh, it is definitely something special. Some of the best freaking omelets I've ever had. Best scrambled eggs I ever had. Used to have a buddy of mine who worked at the hospital that I did, who ended up getting some chickens um, out where they were living. It was maybe like a year after they purchased their place, and so they built up a coop and everything. Started raising some chickens, and they were getting so many eggs that they started bringing them into work. and first people that they divvied it out to were the students. That included myself because I was in grad school at the time, and yeah, all I gotta say is, oh man, so much better than store bought. They've been pets pretty much. Offspring was a hen and another rooster, which is the one we had to finally take care of. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And since Side mentioned RDR, did you know the Pinkerton Sue's Rockstar over how they were portrayed, or yeah, portrayed on RDR two? I wouldn't be surprised. But let's also be honest, the Pinkertons were pretty freaking shady. Alright, so what I'm thinking is we can use the chipped violin to act as a distraction for this here dude. You hear rustle from the far side of the room. Someone's coming this way. Panic stricken, you look for a place you might hide. Your mom isn't doing physically well. He's super aggressive. Finally got to a point where she can't handle it anymore, so he's now soup. It's like cockfighting somewhere. Yeah, that's fair. Pinkertons also tried to sue Weezer back in the 90s to make them change the name of the album. Wow. Yeah, it's wild what folks will do, especially when they got those type of estates and what have you. I'm looking at like, look, that was part of your history. Pinkertons are still a thing. I wouldn't be surprised. Either way, it's just I'm sitting here thinking to myself, yeah, no, they don't. They know they've done some shady stuff. Best thing you can do is just accept the fact that you you had some pretty shady folks. Union busting and other shady stuff. Exactly. Exactly. Dell, you've come back for me. Hurry. I knew I would find you. Now you will pay. My friend, we have no time. If I but had some way to clear the spell, Randall! Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Who the heck goes around claiming to be a Pinkerton nowadays? Probably get more questions than saying you're a content creator. Dang! You're not wrong, Side. You're not wrong. If I had to venture a guess, it would be someone who just is more of like, do you know who I am? Type person. They probably also don't use any more than salt and pepper, if that. Randall, now that you're here, especially, it is especially a very lovely audience. Thank you so much for coming on in on this Thanksgiving Day. I hope that it's been really well for you. Doc Flux, welcome on in. I hope you've been well. How's everything going? And happy Thanksgiving as well. I hope that you didn't have to work today, because let's be honest, that would suck. But I mean, you're also in healthcare, so I wouldn't be surprised. So we find ourselves back in the prison that we escaped from. Isn't that great? But we have a magical orb. So let's hand this on over to this dude. Let's see what kind of wizard this guy is. This will work. Hold on. Hold on. You worked. Your long lost board exam is in a few days on the 29th. Yo, let's go! All I gotta say is I sure as heck hope that everything goes well, and I'm I'm thrilled for you. I really am because once you're over this hurdle, one, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Two, you get to be in attending, and three, them sweeter hours are going to be on the horizon. I at least hope that that they're going to give you a better schedule. You know. Um, then of course, it's going to be a question of are you going to are you going to hang around the health system? If you do, hang around where you're currently posted. Are you going to be taking on residents of your own? Because uh, it can be exciting. Being a preceptor. Meet you at the Rusty Sword Inn. Okay, so Bro sounded seriously constipated there. You lock the door. Oh, this dude. Oh, no worries, no worries. Flux, I really hope that that things go well for you, no matter what. And definitely, please keep us in the loop, especially on Discord. I don't have my own server there, but I would definitely say, just please shoot a DM over my way. Let me know how things are going. It'd be wonderful to hear from you. I'm wishing you very much for the best. I know you're gonna rock this thing. Oh, okay. So let's head over this ways. Let's head back to the inn. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, side, um, I am probably gonna start trying to see if I can go make some purchases from either Costco, um, Sam's Club, or even better, one of those restaurant supply stores. Any one of them that might have bulk meat products, because some of these grocery prices, I'm just looking like, fam, that's highway robbery. But I've already kind of scoped out some in-store prices on a few things. I'm just looking like, yo, wait a minute here. I can get less than $1 a pound drumsticks and enough to last for a freaking month. Yo, hook me up. Like, just sign me the heck up. If I can find it, I'd like to be able to get like a strip loin roast, like New York strip, bone in or boneless, and just cut my own freaking steaks. If I can get that for like under $10 a pound, yo, it's gonna be great. Yo, actually, did not want to go to here. Let's see. This is the thieves' dungeon. We got the magic school tower. Aha, here's the end. I just didn't see that sign. Okay. Yeah, these two don't look menacing, not in the least bit. Hello, and thanks again. I wish I could be more joyful, but I have this odd feeling. A feeling of impending doom, a shadow growing over all of our lives. Great and terrible things shall soon occur, and I fear you are right, friend Dell. That accursed madman, Belzar, is behind this. His power is great, greater than all who remain in this castle. so we have decided to leave this place. Come with us. I owe you much. You will not? Your narrow path leads on, you say? That is a pity. But if you must confront this thing, then you must get rest and nourishment. There, I removed the seal from my humble cottage here in the castle. Please use it and fare thee well, my friend. Yo, seriously, they could have done something better for the sound effects for this dude, because it just sounded like he took a massive crap. They disappeared without paying their bill. No, considering the dude over here was about ready to turn us away from this inn for being a halfling. I can't really say that I'm very sympathetic. All right, let's see here. Okay, a couple of bottles. This way. You know what? Let's go ahead and read the travelogue. I fear for my life. That's why I pressed on and did not spend the night on the road. Too many bandits. But now I am here in this den of thieves. This cold and desolate place. How I long for home. I'm wondering if that's perhaps a message from Saul. Ew. Looks like this place hasn't been cleaned in years. That just sounds so horrible. Travel guide. Yeah, let's take the travel guide. Let's see if this is one of those standard come visit Castle Shadowgate. It's like Club Med. Hashtag if you know, you know. A good staff is very important for travelers. You can beat the rush as you walk, or use it as a defense against poisonous snakes and other deadly creatures. A stave can be made from branches or even twigs. You mean a walking stick? Bruh. I got an innate fear of branches, because if I didn't get hit with La Chancla, them switches were not joyful. Maybe that's the reason why it took me so long to purchase a Switch for myself. Hashtag I knew better. I knew better. Okay, so the seal's been removed from Agar's place, which I'm gonna guess is over this way. It's near the dig site. It's still weird looking at this this entire place. Just thinking about how Shadowgate was represented in the very first game, and seeing it like this. Oh wait, this is the scholar. I don't know that I need to really see this dude. At least I can't figure out how he fits into the puzzle. Okay, nope. Maybe I'm wrong. Huh, okay. So going down there leads to the garbage dump. in Castle Shadowgate. Let's go ahead and give this a try instead. That's blocked off due to a landslide. Maybe this is the cottage? A Gar's cottage? Let's find out. Okay, I think it is. Dude has some serious digs. Okay, looks neatly organized, but we can't take that. We found flint. Okay. Let's see. Is this a book I could take? Research log. Yes. Okay. Can we take anything else here? Okay. Nope. Too advanced for our taste. So let's read this. My research goes poorly. Of all the things that I've been asked to study and report on, the good master gave me this. Where is the last dragon? And the lost dragon, I suppose, because nobody can find them. He has this look in his eye. I feel he already knows the answer even before he asks it. It is best if I try to organize my thoughts and clarify my ideas. First of all, two things are very clear. No one has seen a living dragon in hundreds of years. But somewhere within that time, an effort was made to search for the species. According to legend, it was a powerful group that attempted to save the dragons. One legend says it was the Circle of 12. Another says it was the Dragon Warder clan, a family entrusted to care for and maintain the beasts. The clan has since died out. I choose, however, to believe that it was a combination of the two. Lochamir working with a dragon warder named Denarth. I have found documents that tell of a journey that lasted seasons and spanned continents. But this is where the story becomes legend once again. A children's rhyme is all I have documenting the last dragon. It reads, Dragon, dragon stands alone. Dragon, dragon turned to stone. Dragon, dragon comes again. Dragon, dragon at the end. This brings me back to this brings me back no closer to my answer. Where is the last dragon? Lockmere knows. Okay, it looks like a broom. Over this ways. This bedpost is strange, as if taken from some machinery. You take the lever. Okay, so I think that's what we might need to be able to drain the rest of the reservoir. All right, so let's go ahead. Oh, nope, not there. Yeah, it's been walled off by debris. I think that's where we came from, so let's try pushing forward over this ways. No VOD. tell me what I miss. When I started typing up, my phone rang and I'm viewing Twitch on iPhone. That's fair. So in terms of the game, hold on one second. Actually, oh, about what I had said earlier. So yeah, I was just kind of musing a little bit because I'm looking at, like, you're gonna be an attending, and it's gonna be life changing in so many different ways. I'm excited for you, but I'm also kind of wondering: are you gonna be staying with the healthcare system that you're with, or are you looking to head out on your own? If you do decide to stay, do you think you'll be taking residence? Because all I got to say is, I know that preceptoring can be it can be challenging but rewarding in its own way. Stay in the VA. Oh, yo, honestly, that's a good idea. If you can stick with them for a longer while, one, thank you because they need everyone they can get, and two, if you stay with them for a longer period of time, you should be able to not only build up some good experience, see a lot of things that you normally wouldn't see, and be able to make a decent living off of it. But your med school debts should be wiped out in about 10 years. Cross my fingers, at least. Especially if it's already a part of your loan terms. Cause yeah, I know it's no joke for you guys too. Wait a minute, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay, so I think. Oh, that's right. I think the reservoir is actually by the fountain. Oh, I imagine it will be. I very much imagine it will be, and it's usually to the VA's advantage to keep you on board for as long as is possible. So I just hope that you got to keep on working at places that you're choosing, your different postings because um, just so many of those clinics are around as well as the hospitals. So if you ever decided, hey, I want to make a change in plans and move, say, halfway across the country or what have you, it should be pretty easy to do. Especially given your specialty, I'm looking at like, yo, yeah, that should not be an issue. But please tell me you're actually going to take some time off once you take this exam, because I got a feeling, with the amount of stress rolling off your shoulders, um, it would just be a wise plan for you to be able to take a breather, kind of regroup. Okay, so I think this is where we might be able to touch the lever. Excellent. So, Youngdell, are you on the correct path? Up until now, there has been little that I can truly tell you, for a link exists. A link with which mine enemy, my once brother, might thwart your efforts. So I have told you little, hoping you are the one that might bear the mantle of hero. But now I will help as much as I can. This ancient place once controlled the flow of water to the castle, and might do so again, allowing places to be crossed which cannot. So look for your path, choose wisely, for the trials shall soon be on you. With success of the trials, your anointment shall soon be complete. Hopefully, you'll have time to see family this Thanksgiving. You're home alone studying. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you don't mind my asking, where's home for you? Okay, now, I could have sworn there was a document that we had picked up. I think when the students actually had it in their possession, that said something about possible order of turning these valves. So let's see if we can find that. The Watchman's memo. Family's in Jersey, but you're out in Cleveland right now. Yo. On the one hand, that's awesome because I know that Cleveland is a pretty nice place, pretty decent place to live. On the other hand, I'm sorry because it's Ohio. I do have to say that it actually was among one of my favorite interviews. Well, not interviews. No, the interview itself was horrible. But I did get to go to Cleveland and interview at the Cleveland Clinic and meet some pretty cool co-applicants and everything. So it was it was definitely fun. It always kind of struck me as odd at times that I would run into applicants. Um, yeah, CCF is nice for sure. Cleveland's okay. Ohio, not so much exactly. Yeah, it would always kind of weird me out when I went on the road for interviews, and I'd run into these applicants who would just be like so cutthroat and so stiff. Just like they couldn't take any jokes. They couldn't just relax, have a regular conversation. Everything had to be like really stilted and everything. Cleveland was the that was the one interview poll that I actually got to spend time at the bar, just chilling with the other applicants. Like, okay, we'd be just looking at each other like, what the heck was that about? Or kicking a couple of beers back, not getting like sloshed or anything, but quite literally just saying, okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna have a nice round or two of beers, share some appetizers, that kind of thing. It was good. Like it was met some really cool people when I went out that ways. The lecture was very interesting. Here we go. To control the flood levels. Now, if only I can remember the sequence: right, right, left, right, 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 left, right. Okay, let's try right, right, left. That sounds cool. Your Case Western interview was really great. Um, you did okay here during fellowship interviews. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that is also one of the things that you kind of have to consider because when you run into either co-applicants or when you're talking with the interviewers and everything, like you got to realize that the whole thing, um, it's one huge machine. So, not only are you looking at hoping that the program's the right fit for you, but also that your co-residents are. Let's try left, right, right. Yeah, personally though, when I interviewed at the Cleveland Clinic, it was definitely not for me. I got all sorts of red flags in the interview itself. I'm just like, yeah, no. I think the absolute biggest red flag for me was when the residents that was there, they were doing all sorts of work and just like tuning out of the entire recruitment process. At least two times during the time that we were supposed to be sitting down as a whole group. I'm like, yeah, nah, fam. If you're not able to focus in on recruitment and you're being thrown into this in this way, I don't know how that says about work balance. I think the other group that was really great to meet up with were the folks at the Florida hospital that I was interviewing at. We had I think maybe one or two really cutthroat people in that group, but everyone else I think there were like five or six of us in total, and we were split into two groups and kind of given the tour separately and everything. But we all decided to hit up some lunch afterwards. Not lunch, but dinner afterwards, and really good group of folks. It would have been nice to be able to go and practice with them, but wasn't in the cards for multiple reasons. The way is now open. The trials await all who would call themselves worthy. So, what intrigues me about this is there are four castle towers. We ended up going into one just from escaping the cell, and that was the tower where the students of Lockbeer's Magic School would study and live. The second tower was strictly for Lockbeer's usage. So he used it as a place where he could do his research as well as a place where he could live. The third tower is a tower where you could go through the trials to essentially become one of uh, one of the wizards. And then you have the fourth tower, which I don't know, was that dedicated towards the study of death magic, or was that just not usable? Like, what's with the four towers? If you're only going to explore three in this game, because I got a feeling that we're only going to go through three of these now. It would have made more sense to go to the other tower and do some exploration as a student or something of the sorts, but I don't know. I guess let's see where the story takes us. Be wary, young halfling, for you shall be tested, and tested well. Your next destination shall examine your inner being. If you are found wanting, then you shall surely fail. But if you are found worthy, then a life of servitude is your reward. So beware. Hmm. Okay. Is that really a good thing, though? Actually, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Something's blocking this off. Okay, never mind. Alright, so We're gonna do. We're definitely gonna do a safety save here. All right. Oh, come on, really, Dell? Dude totally could have scaled that. So one thing that's actually kind of puzzling to me is they insinuate several times that the Tower of Trials is a very serious affair. If you do well, you get rewarded handsomely with this so-called life of servitude. So, being able to, I guess, ascend the magical power or what have you, unlock that power. But if you fail, it almost sounds like you're gonna get killed. I'm like, bruh. They killing students? This isn't Star Wars. Okay, so we should have access to this now. I still feel bad that that one girl had drowned down here. And not just any kid, but Dorn's granddaughter, because I know that Dorn himself was linked very tightly to the magical group, like Lockmere and all of them. Like he served them, so just to see that that she ended up passing down here, it's so bad. Prepare thyself, the trials await beyond. Anoint thyself, the trials lie ahead. Pass these tests, and in accordance with the law, your station shall be bestowed. Endure the tests of loyalty, knowledge, understanding, strength, courage, and soul. Anoint and prepare for the trials mean life, but also mean death. Leave all possessions behind and enter alone, for only then can you succeed. So has been decreed by the Circle of 12. Yo, okay. So, literally, you either pass or they kill you. Can you feel the weight and oppression above you? Can you feel the centuries press in? Yes, there is death here, but it is a trial that must be accepted and completed. It cannot be conquered. No, lest anyone boast. Rather, it must be endured till the end. And in its ending is a new beginning. For once the mind, body, soul, and heart have been tested, only then can one proceed. But I can warn you to be wary here. Things are not what they seem. For one reaches out from the grave to alter the tests. Be wary of his evil presence, for he will more than test you. He will trick you. So I'm going to guess here that the Warlock Lord was able to influence these trials, because I know that the one student, the one acolyte who was able to give us the incantation for the Stone of Thirst, they had mentioned something about about having selected an answer that they knew to be correct, only for it to be wrong, and they end up, I'm guessing, dying from that. So the question is, who tampered with the trials? Was it really Lockmir's brother, the Warlock Lord? But they did also mention that it was someone from beyond the grave, and we know the Warlock Lord isn't really dead, just banished. Okay, we're definitely gonna do a safety save there. Okay, and oh, those are not doors, but this is. Okay, we got another door there. Let me scope that out. After we check this out, Novice's Journal. I'm going to take this. Yes, absolutely. Anything that might give us a leg up and not get ourselves killed. Almost looked like there was something there. Okay, so let's check this out. I curse this day, the last day that the tower will be open. The last of the Brotherhood have decreed this day as the beginning of the end for their sect. If only the good master were still around, then this day would have never come. I do not know who to blame more, the power-hungry like Belzar, or the weak-minded like the current king. There has been too much turmoil, too much upheaval. I am even beginning to hear voices. I know them to be voices from the past, from another time. In the examiner's room, I hear the voice say, "Oh, to be king and to sit in my rightful place." The times are being such as they are, I have even begun to question my sanity. Still, I wonder, is the tower lamenting its fate like I am? Interesting. So it very much seems like there was some corruption in the sect. The writings of Connor. So we could pry this book. We can. Sweet. Okay. Fancy. Fancy looking chairs. Okay. So we got some extra books here. And let's check those out. Let's see what hits they might give us. And so Lockmere the Timeless worked towards transforming the castle Shadowgate into a place of teaching, a place of service, a place where all could come and learn, commoner and noble alike. The search for magic was denied no one. This proved to be the demise of the plan. For the mechanisms for training were put in place. This allowed those both skilled and unskilled in the magical arts to vie for the sorceress rank and the ring of the kingdom. Those born with the gift did not suffer long, those who had no magic in them. They became prideful and deemed the teachings too easy in order to accommodate their lesser brethren. Thus, an elitist attitude formed for those pursuing the humble station, servant to the kingdom, a deadly state of mind that ruined many a sorcerer's chance at greatness. And the mechanism for testing was erected. The trials, these were meant to test all aspects of a man's being before he was found to be worthy. But even these noble tests were found wanting, for the commoner thought them biased towards the noble. An example often cited was the emphasis upon crests and lineage in the tests. These, many complained, were needlessly mired in the politics of the day, for many crests were but minor variations on others, and the intricacies were lost on the commoners. For example, the silent dragons of the royal family's crest was a minor variation to the screaming ones on another prominent house. 2. The double entrance to the tower on the royal crest was a slight variation from others, and the variations go on and on. Actually, no, that's more like attention to detail. Many questioned the need to know such minutiae, claiming it was all politics. For truly, what use is it to know the difference between the frowning boar of the house of Valdor versus the grinning boar of the house of Hurl? So the doom continued, festering amongst the up and coming ranks of new sorcerers. Those in higher stations quietly questioned why Lockmere did nothing. I humbly put, see it as an oversight to one who had the crushing responsibility to help rebuild the kingdom. Yes, things continued spiraling downward until it reached its current status. Decreased enrollment, few passed the trials, especially since the addition of the new administrator Nathor, the timeless one's failing health, the crumbling condition of the castle. These problems multiply as Cal Torlin struggles to arise from the ashes of the Warlock Lord's madness. I wish we could be more like the Westland, homeland of the legendary Lord Jer, a loosely governed confederate free to chart its own course, its own way. Interesting. But I think the part that gets me most is that with the trials and everything, it's more like attention to detail. Because if I'm not mistaken, in this realm, that attention to detail to even the different spells and the incantations is massively, massively important. There is talk amongst the Brotherhood since the death of good Master Lockmere. There are some who push for a successor to be named Belzar. This makes all of us uncomfortable. True, he is the most powerful and well learned among us, but it has been said he uses death magic. This Belzar has even gone about proclaiming that he should be instated into the legendary Circle of 12, which ceased to exist centuries ago. The pride of the man. But it all goes back to the black arts. It is rumored that Lockmere forbade Belzar from taking the challenge. It was not until after Lockmere died that Belzar took the test of the Tower of Trials, and since that time, it has been said that Belzar has become even more eccentric. It is curious, because we of the Brotherhood feel we are without direction and need a leader. But to choose one such as Belzar, who defied the orders of our revered teacher, seems unthinkable. Oh, such darkness. Let's take a look at the writings of Connor. I think it was after King Jared died that I first heard Lockmere speak of death magic. At that time, I did not know why he was speaking about such a subject. But now I realize that may have been when Lockmere first saw Belzar's inclination towards the black arts. Lockmere explained that everyone has two natures, good nature and an evil nature, and that the two are always warring with each other. From birth on, a person is never truly free of that struggle. Even someone like himself, he said, experiences doubt. I knew Lockmere thought fondly of Belzar. A testament to this was that he did not banish him altogether for using black arts, but rather just forbade him from using them again and prohibited him from taking the test of the Tower of Trials. This might have been Lockmere's biggest mistake, but who knows the workings of Lockmere's mind? Belzar's power exceeded that of all the other disciples. Many believed, certainly I among them, that he was to become Lockmere's successor. Maybe Lockmere believed there was hope for Belzar, that The struggles would continue and that the good would win out. And I might have believed this myself, for Belzar seemed to change for the better, but then Lockmere passed on. That was when Belzar changed again. Disobeying Lockmere's commands, he took the testing of the tower. He passed the deadly tests and came away with a harder heart, craving more power. Something happened that tipped the balance to the black arts. It's hard to say what happened at that time, but it is easier to trace what has transpired since then. His arrogance increased as he first attempted to be named successor of Lockmere. Next, he attempted to be instated as a member of the Circle of 12. The audacity of the man, but nevertheless, his power increased and he grew more erratic. He was thwarted at all attempts to legitimize his rank. This only served to agitate him further. His erratic behavior dissuaded more from following Lockmere's vision. How ironic that his most gifted disciple would destroy his noble dreams. Talk of Lockmere's ability to sense the future seems to be false, for he is gone, and a madman has destroyed the proud tradition and the high hopes of the Sorcerer's Guild. As of this writing, there are few of us left carrying on the way. We still seek learning, but the towers are closed to us. The wards and magics remain strong, preventing most from entering. The secrets and meanings of our trade are also fading. There are few here who continue to teach the way. Those that do have to contend with Belzar every time he returns. Belzar seeks something he cannot find. I shudder to think what he is contemplating. The dark ways that he has embraced could be the undoing of us all. At night I often dream. A pair of yellow eyes stare at me. A hatred emanating from them is almost smothering. I fear that something terrible is coming. And I'm fairly sure that those yellow eyes, those are the eyes of the wizard, the Warlock Lord. And so much that went down in this land's history. It's so saddening. Hmm. It's an interesting office. So let's go back to the main hall. I'm fairly sure from here there's only the way up. So let's give that a try. You read the inscription on the plaque. Pay homage to the king. Okay, this is the only one that looks like it's got a crown. The dusty hall is lined with faded portraits of heroes from past ages. Did not want that one. I wanted this one. Okay. Pay homage to Lord Jer. That sounds great and all, but Dusty Hall is lined with faded portraits of heroes. Fierce eyes and strong features of this man make him unmistakable. Lord Jer. That's good and all, but leads us into this room, which I don't know that actually does anything. Interesting patterns, though. I mean, this looks like a really cool area, but... Okay, so... I don't know that there's anything for me to pick up in here. No switches, no nothing. Okay, so... apparently, I guess that's not really it. Or maybe it is, and I just don't know what to do in that room. Nathor Dresslin. Interesting. So, the bloody heck do they want us to do here? On the one hand, it feels like there should be something in here. On the other hand, I'm kind of glad that we don't have incantations like we do in the first Shadowgate. But I am at a loss as to what the heck they want me to do here. So let's have a read through some of this stuff. Welcome back, Doc. Keep getting phone calls. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whenever you're on call, oh, abso-friggin-lutely. So this is going to help us out maybe a little bit later, but oh man, I appreciate that, Doc. I really do. Okay, so there has got to be some sort of hint, or rather that they would have given us. V4, welcome on in. It's it's going. How about you? How's your day going? Kefka said there's 5 coins in total. Can you find them? Oh no. Chances are, probably not. Yeah, we just got into the we just got into this tower of trials, and already it's looking well interesting. Let's put it that way. Doing all right. Work for 2 hours. Spend the rest of the day setting up your new iPad. Yo, congratulations! Let's go. I'm so happy for you. Okay, so that's the Ring of the Dead. Okay, magical elixirs. Yeah. Let's see, the lecture notes. That helped us with figuring out the valve puzzle. Hmm. The House of Dreslin. Okay. So in here, I'm not exactly sure what the heck we're supposed to be doing. There's no, like, altar or anything I could think of. So to say, maybe place the plate down here and do something or other. But that doesn't look quite right. What puzzle are we trying to solve? We're in the Tower of Trials, and it says here to pay homage to the true king, which would be, I believe, Lord Jer. So we can get into the room. We just can't do much of anything else from there. Pay homage to the king, and so we know that's Jer. But then we get into this room, and there's not much of anything to do. So you can get into the room, but that's about it. So I'm really wondering if I severely messed up. I think we are. It kind of feels like we are. Okay, it really does feel like we're missing like an item or something. Also, let me go ahead and put on the Ring of the Dead again. Just in case. Okay. They say there are worthless odds and ends there. Nothing to pick up. So let's walk on through here. I know there was a book in this this corner with the chairs. I don't remember seeing anything else. And I almost feel, though, that I haven't solved all the puzzles I'm supposed to. because I think that there still might be one section in the game that I haven't quite been able to get into, and that's at the Watchman's I guess barracks or what have you, where the bandits one of the bandits is kind of standing in front of that door. Oh, huh, never mind. I'm supposed to see this dude, I guess. You've disturbed Nather Dreslin. I am first in line for the throne. I know history does not indicate this. But mark my words, it is so. Tradition shows that we were in line for the throne. It was Jair the Westled who was made heir by the dying king Aronde. Oh, jealousy is not a good thing, dude. The old line, the vassals, and dedicated servants to the crown were all appalled. The kingdom needed honor. I saw no honor in naming a country yokel to be king. Yo, that country yokel saved y'all's life. But I am a loyal servant, even to one like Jair. I tried to stop the plot, but I was implicated along with the rest of my family, stripped of our rank. We were humiliated even more than sent to work here at this poor excuse of a castle. Jair showed his weakness by keeping us alive, for here I could promote my views. Even under their watchful eyes could I plan and scheme to regain the throne. I'll have my revenge in some small part. The trials are now true as far as history. None shall succeed in the trials until they acknowledge the rightful king. Oh, so this guy was the one setting up all that, all the, tampered stuffs. What a jerk. Okay. So let's see if that actually did anything for us then. Okay. So I still might be missing an item. Okay, well then. Let's go and see if it is possible for us to get into the Watchman's tower. Because usually if if we're missing something or other, it's going to be one of those sections that you haven't gotten to just yet, and that's one of the only places I can think of that we haven't gotten to yet. Actually, there is one other place that I can think of that I might not have gotten to that maybe I'm supposed to go to. So maybe two places. So we've already been inside of the cottage here that Agar and his sister had stayed in. Then again, you haven't really been able to talk with this guy about much of anything. Heh. Oh yeah, forgot. We're wearing the Ring of the Dead. Okay, let's try to talk with him now. Okay. Okay, doesn't want these. How about... I am such a klutz. Right before? All I gotta say is, on that note, I'm gonna use the restroom, so we gotta take a break. If y'all need to take a bio break yourself, or to grab some food, grab a drink of water, stretch your legs, do what you need, stuff, and you'll get your meds. Fair enough, Mino. Very fair. I'll see y'all in a bit. And we are back. Sorry, y'all. I had a hot makeout session with a slice of pumpkin pie. Uh, Look, I had to. Okay, I had to. Thank you so much, Mino. Yeah, it's not very often I end up getting something like a pumpkin pie or what have you, but had to do it. Absolutely had to do it. Okay, so we're gonna walk out of the we're gonna walk out of the area here, and let's see. Well, let's see if we got everything that we're supposed to have. I got a feeling that either Restolen has something, or like we're missing something from the Watchman's tower. I could be entirely wrong, but we're gonna find out. Okay, so this is the inn. And from the inn is the way over to Watchman's Tower? Yes. Okay. What? You wish to know more from me? You are brave. About Belzar's Dark Army? Yeah. Want to hear more about Belzar? I can tell you what I know. Belzar was originally a disciple of the legendary sorcerer Lockmere. But he violated Lockmere's teachings, dabbling in black magic, and was expelled. Belzar is older than he looks, for the black magic he practices keeps him alive. Just recently, he returned to Shadowgate, and I believe something is about to happen. Unless you're a hero, Lord Jer, I advise you not to go near him. Into my eyes, you don't look like a legendary hero halfling. Yeah, we want to know something else. About the ghost of the lake? Yes. Have you gone to the lake at the back of the park? By the tower with no door? There's supposed to be a ghost there of a little girl. I've never seen her. Well, others swear they hear her voice. Personally, I think it's just a bard's tale, nothing more. Do you wish to know something else? Yes. About the treasure hunters? Yes. On the other side of the castle gate is a place where the treasure seekers dig. One of them is said mutters day and night about coins, old coins. The others mutter strange things as if they are possessed. It's a bad omen, and believe me, Belzar must be behind it. Do you wish to... This guy's like the dude from Starship Troopers. Do you want to know more? About the fire in the stable? Fire in the stable? What? There was a commotion at the stable. Fire broke out, but the cause is unknown. Because of the fire, the stable keeper is a bit on edge of late. He even has gone so far as to put signs up. Imagine that, since so few of us can read. Personally, I think he is this way because of that fermented feed he uses. Do you wish to know something else? Yeah. About the troubadour? Yeah. Some time ago, we came across him. He was in sad shape. He apparently collapsed during his travels. We took him in. He's been here ever since. I have no idea why he stays. Perhaps he likes it here. Perhaps he's wanted by the King's Royal Guard. It says that he's a famous bard that he has sung before princes. That may be so, but then again, I wouldn't count on it from one such as he. Okay, let's see what else he knows. About the innkeeper? Yes. In this ruined fortress, there's a strange man named Modor who runs an inn. The inn's name is the Rusty Sword. Black market traders seem to be its only patrons. Modor is a grim man who seems to dislike and distrust everyone he meets. The only exception perhaps was that old woman. He seemed to treat her kindly. But she died some time ago, and since then Modor has grown more unbearable. If there's something you want to ask, come any time. Okay, so maybe we can get through here. Alright. So there's only one other place I can think of, and that's to try out something at the cottage. Because I know Restolin isn't giving us any information. And there's nothing we can't trade books with him. But we also know that the brother-sister pair, Agar, was definitely researching how to get into the towers. The lever there. Is that a document? Ah, that's a plank of wood. broom. Okay, there's a fang. Is there anything else? Maybe one of these books? Okay, no. So the only other thing I could think of then is maybe trying out this Dragon's Fang or something or other. Let's find out. Okay, so it's here? Yeah. Because I think the dig site is where the underground... Oh, that's actually... I'm so dumb. Okay, that's really weird. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. I just have a two monitor setup, and lately one of my monitors has been seriously like stuttering or what have you. Like literally every once in a while the display will turn completely gray. Like it's the refresh rate is just off and not synchronized. And I've checked out the settings and everything. I don't know what's up with it. But to also be fair, it's an older monitor, so I might have to get either get it replaced or something. I got a feeling that maybe the refresh rate is not what it's supposed to be. Okay, what I was gonna do. New monitor donation goal. Oh goodness gracious, you know. One, no, I can take care of it on my own. And two, that's very kind of you. Thank you. But I really should look into getting another one anyway, because if I'm not mistaken, I've had this Acer monitor now for probably about 10 years. Like it's traveled with me a whiles. I know that's weird. I just it's always been packaged in the same boxes as all my other electronics. Speaking of getting new tech, you're looking at getting a new PC this Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Yo, nice. You've absolutely gotta expound on that. Okay, so the only other thing I can think of is the Pixie Flute. Okay, seriously, dude can't jump that far? Okay, so I guess this is not it then. Okay. Oh, that's right. There's a third ladder from the other waterway. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, so let's go back to the tower. I very much got a feelings then that I'm missing something about that door. Your past laptop died, and even though your father has been super kind to let you borrow a laptop he was not using, it's time to get yourself one. Very fair. Very, very fair. And it is really kind of your dad to let you borrow that equipment. I mean, to be fair, if it's not something that you're using or they're using, then it's kind of one of those absolutely want to make sure that it sees some usage. But I'm right there with you. I would I would want to make sure it's returned in a timely fashion. But what kind of computer are you thinking about getting? Okay, so we already scoured the this first floor. Didn't find anything. Pay homage to the king. And we already talked with Dreslin about this. Okay. Wait a minute. That kind of explains why that explains why somebody tampered with the dang trials. I'm gonna guess that Dreslin had someone switch out the doors. Literally. Looking to get something top of the line so you can have it for a few years. Might be a bit spendy, but if it survives for some time, it's worth it. Not looking for secondhand that will last less, nor stuff that will get outdated fast. I'm right there with you. The way that I look at it is, unless you need a new computer like ASAP, it's so much better of an idea to get to view it as an investment in your time and your money. So if you have to purchase a new computer, you want to make sure that you're purchasing one that can last for at least 5 to 10 years. Been saving some money since you got your current job? Yeah, absolutely. Pieces of a puzzle. Create the true coat of arms. Okay. Oh shoot. You would spend more money supporting people on Twitch if the exchange rate was not so terrible. Honestly, though, Mino, I get it. I totally get it, and I think that a lot of us would encourage you to just make sure that you take care of yourself first, And absolutely, wait until the exchange rate is much better. Because the way I look at it is, with the exchange rate the way it is, you'd be paying a lot more than you should. Whether you're talking about bits, subs, direct donos, I kind of have the same view when it comes to looking at exchange rates the other way around from USD um, to other currencies. Just trying to figure out, what's this exchange rate look like? Like, how much purchasing power are we talking about? It's been floating around 5 to 1 for years now. That's fair. I got the feeling though that that might change. Okay, so I know that it's not screaming dragons. They explicitly said that. And if we're making the assumption that this is that Jer, this is supposed to be Jer's coat, then it would be the silent dragons. I think Dreslin was maybe only able to mess around with the first puzzle, but not all the other ones. Okay, so clearly not correct. Right. You reached around 480 a few months ago. Went all the way to 505, but back to 490. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it's fluctuated that wildly. I'm hoping though that if anything, I know it sounds weird for me to be hoping that the exchange rate lowers itself. But I have a feeling that um, with the interest rate change here in the states, it might have that ripple effect. And for us here in the states, I know that it's an unpopular opinion, but for interest rates to go to go up a little bit and to stay up there for a little bit to help curb inflation is not a bad deal. And I'm hoping that it does continue to kind of work. And then after that, of course, if they want to lower interest rates again, that works well. But at any point when that happens, I can imagine that it has the unintended consequence of making the dollar weaker. But then again, I'm also not an economist. um, this is something that I just kind of um, I've been watching some finance videos, so it's been kind of floating around in my head. And what I remember is just stuff from some of the electives I had taken when I was in undergrad many moons ago. So I could be remembering it completely wrong in terms of like monetary theory. It reached to 530 at one point a couple of years ago. Yikes, that's rough, man. Okay, so let's see here. I know someone had talked about the differences. Oh wait, maybe that was no. I think that was Trials of the Kingdom. for a nerd person like you, it makes getting tech in games even harder because price scales with dollars. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, someone definitely mentioned something about what the crest was supposed to look like. For example, the Silent Dragons of the royal family's crest was a minor variation. The double entrance to the tower on the royal crest. Okay, so two entrances. Okay. Buying game for $50 is okay. When the game is 250 to 300, it gets hard to justify. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, it reminds me so much of how I look at some of those heftier purchases and what have you. I'm always thinking of it in terms of time. Um, like, how many hours do I have to work um, in order to afford X, Y, and Z? And at first, I used to make the mistake of thinking in terms of um, how many before tax dollars, like using that as a way to look at the number of hours. So, say for instance, if I were to um, if I were to make like $20 an hour, um, as an example, and if I'm looking at something that costs, I don't know, $100, then I'd look at it and say, okay, well that's 5 hours of my time. That doesn't sound so bad until I realize that wait, but I don't make $20 an hour. I make less than that because of the taxes and the deductions that come out. So between my taxes and between any sort of deductions and what have you, I would really only be making like $14 an hour, because I have everything set up so it takes away like around roughly 30% of my earnings. So then I would look at it and be like, wait, if it's 14 an hour, then I'd be really looking at what, roughly 7 hours instead of 5. So I'm like, yeah, that's actually more time that I would have to spend um, to earn enough after tax and after deductions dollars to purchase what I want, and that usually can stop me from making some really frivolous purchases that I know I don't need. The one thing that drives me nuts though is that there are many a time when I just want to make sure that I'm helping to take care of folks I come across, folks who I respect, and folks who I can at least give them a meal or something of sorts. It's hard for me to not to do it at times, and it just sucks. Okay, I know someone had drawn the crest, but if I don't find that in one of these documents soon, I'm just gonna go ahead and see if I can BS this the third question there. Dang. Okay. Okay. No, we're gonna go for this. Okay, so I know it's supposed to be double entrance, so we're gonna go with that. Then we're gonna go with the non-screaming dragons. And I think last time I picked this crest. Let's go with this other one. Okay, so okay, I think that Dresslin was able to mess around with more than just um, one of these. No? It's great to see Dogma posting for the first time in like 6 years. It really is. I hope that she does end up, exploring more. Because a lot of the content that she places out there is really good, um, not just in terms of like her artwork and everything, but also with her singing. Hmm. We got the two entrances. No screaming dragons. Coat of arms for the royal family is complete, but nothing happens. Okay. Singing, drawing, playing instruments, doing speed cubing. She's amazing in so many things, and more importantly, amazing in person. Exactly. Dogma is just one of those folks who's just really a pleasant person. And just the fact that she's as talented as she is, it's absolutely amazing. She's a very down to earth person and is very caring. I just always look up to her. Okay, so the coat of arms is completed, but nothing happens. Hmm. Okay, this is interesting. So what the heck is missing? think we tried out just about every combination. Sound Dragon is the royal family's crest. The double entrance to the tower was a slight variation from others. I'm sorry, folks. Give me a second. I'm noticing that this is this is really starting to get annoying on the monitor here. I tried to narrow it down to maybe just one tab on there. It ain't working. Okay, there we go. That looks a whole lot better. I had to consolidate a couple of tabs, which is kind of puzzling too because I just updated my graphics drivers. So I'm really wondering if it is the it might be the monitor. I hate to get rid of this thing, but I might have to. Okay, so we know that this isn't supposed to be the Dreslin, or this isn't supposed to be the what you call it, the Jer family crest. It's got to be the Dreslin one, but I got no idea what the heck that's supposed to look like, other than the fact that the um, the dragons are screaming. Really? Okay, let's be honest. If you saw something that ugly, um, they were not supposed to have permission to use my likeness in this game. This is not okay. A thundering noise reverberates from the wall. It sounds like words. None shall pass beyond. If ye wish to continue through these tests, then your mind shall be next. Wait, what? Answer truthfully and without fail, for the other side shall ye find. If ye possess a stout heart and a clear mind, then step forward for your reckoning. Be ye prepared? I guess so. Also, if you know, you know. But this kind of reminds me of a Nickelodeon show for the 90s with a giant talking stone head. And at some point or other, you may have had to assemble a statue of a silver monkey. For what symbol is one given a sorceress rank? Darn right! Legend of the Hidden Temple. Ring of the Kingdom. You have the words of truth. Well done. Yo, did this thing just burp at us? Rude. Give me the answer to my question. What is Lord Jer's homeland? Wasn't from Kaltorland because they were calling him a yokel from Westland. You have the words of truth. Well done. Give me the answer to my question. So freaking demanding. Oh crap! What was the name of the first dragon? Oh yeah, this one was definitely Bol Halor because I was struggling to pronounce this. You have the words of truth. For real. Now I know that this face here is going to be burpy as all get out because it looks like, it needs to go and blow some wind or something. It looks bloated. What is the prohibition against black magic? It taints the soul. They say that irreversibly, but if you use the dragon's tears, it helps them out. Oh Oh man, I am so sorry, but this is the look on my face when I wake up tomorrow and realize I got work. I really don't want to go back to work. Oh my gosh. Like I know I have to and everything, but this little mini vacation away from work has not been long enough. Give me the answer to my question. I swear these guys are really, really um messed up. Screw it, we're gonna go Jer. Oh, you jerk. Yo, Dreslin really, really decided to go for um, some serious revenge. Oh, I gotta go through all five of these again? Okay. Are we prepared? Yeah. Apparently, yes. What? That is such BS. Because if this guy's making it the Dreslin, like if he decided to make everything full Dreslin only, then this is the crest. They're screaming dragons. Yeah, sure, we're prepared. Who has forever been known as the Good Master? That's Lockmere. Okay, Lord Jers, from Westland. I still can't believe that they called Jer a yokel. The Master Dertius. That's Aristotle. The prohibition against black magic is that it taints the soul. Okay, so I guess Dreslin. That guy is such a jerk. Everyone here has to pay homage to the true lineage. Such BS. Such BS. Okay. Yo, okay. Strength comes from control of one's world. So all of my controls are reversed. That's great. Oh, so disorienting. Okay. Actually, no, I need to go in front of the statue here. Okay. Walking, walking, walking. Strafing. Okay, there we go. There's no way that they would let that be the right answer. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We're gonna baby step this. And then dash across, and then from here. There we go. Okay. And let's see here. The inscription reads, "The light must burn at the end as it does at the beginning." Crap. No! Oh, that pain. Pain. I totally did not mean to touch the statue there. I guess it's good to know though that touching that makes you go back. That was so not necessary. Okay, at least the walls aren't asking us questions. Freaking heck, man. Freaking heck. Okay, so we just have to re-navigate all this again. looks like a correct trajectory. Just gonna move this ways. And then we're gonna nudge over this ways. Aha, there we are. Actually, we should save at this part where the controls are back to normal. Okay. So it says something about the one must not rely upon magic, nor shall one rely upon force of arms, but rather upon the wisdom of knights. Okay. And something about how this has to be lit the entire time? If I remember that correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's light this. Can't use magic. Yeah, sure, let's take the candle. Oh, no. Is this timed? Okay, so let's see what we're supposed to do. Okay. Oh, heck no. Oh, those sons of guns! That was dirty. They did us dirty. I hate these guys so much. Okay, note to self: do not walk through the doors. Okay, no, that's not something. What's up, Doc? I hate these guys so much. So much. Alright. Let's try this again. So we went this way. Could have gone through here, but that door leads back to... The door leads back to one of the earlier puzzles. Gotta use the knights. Son of a... I hate these guys so much. One must not rely upon magic, nor shall one rely upon force of arms, but rather upon the wisdom of knights. Beware the challenge of the dark maze. Turks, I swear. Okay. So if we go left, don't want to go through here, don't want to touch this knight. I'm gonna guess it's a bad idea to go take those stairs. So let's go back over this ways. Oh, we can't. Okay, so I guess we do have to go up the stairs there. Okay. Around this corner, what do we have? The heck is this? Press protrusion? Yes. Be the grinding of rock on rock. Apparently the switch activated something. Okay, we're going to ignore the doors here because it does not seem like it's a good idea. Yeah, I guess I don't have a choice. Random thing because you're random and because you saw the song on Dogma's YouTube. Despite being officially played by Fleetwood Mac, neither Mick Fleetwood nor either the McVie are on the original recording. It's just Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks. What you got against Stevie Nicks? So we gotta go back here. Press the small protrusion. I hate these guys so much. All I gotta say is Age of 17 was great. How many levels are there to this dang thing? Oh, hell no. Okay. Yes, we're gonna go up the stairs. Go around here. Press this protrusion. Okay. Go back here. Press this protrusion. Okay, that's great. Go back this way. Go through this door. Go through here. Nope, nope. Go back through here. Go up the ladder. Okay, it's half melted now. That's great. There's that small protrusion. Okay, once we do that, then trust the knight. No, don't trust the knight. Nope, not that. I need to use the flint. Yeah! See, I actually knew that piece of trivia. it's funny because she she does make it sound so much like it should be like Age of 17 and Edge of 17 at the same time, but it fits. I mean, it really fits both ways. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, so we go through there, backtrack over this way, hit this small protrusion. Okay, if we hit this protrusion, it's going to have us go down this ways. Endless hallway? Come on, man. Oh, wait. But I got a feeling I gotta go back up that ladder. Thank you. Ah. Oh, I hate these guys so much. Oh. Ugh. Man, this is brutal. go through here. We're going to walk through the door on the right. Walk through on the left-hand side. Go straight through the door. Gotta get to bed because of work in the morning. Thank you so much, Mino. I really appreciate you. Make sure that you get yourself a good night's sleep. And absolutely thank you so much for keeping me company. I really appreciate you. And I'm thankful for knowing you, Mino. Thank you so much for always being kind and always being thoughtful, and get some good rest. I hope everything goes well with work. And I'll definitely see you around the platform. Thanks again, Mino. Okay. So I know that if I go this ways and I press that protrusion, it's going to unlock that. Unlock the ladder here, so let's do that. And that auto blocks us from going backwards. Okay, and then from here, you have the option of using either door. We're going to choose the right door. Okay, walk through once, twice. Find ourselves on the other side here. We can press this and it'll open up something. Okay, we've already thrown the switch. Okay, we're back in front of the ladder. What if we go up here? Nothing in this area. We have the night. We have the switch we already threw. And nowhere else to go. I gotta wait for this to recharge, I guess. With a fizzle, the candle's flame burns out. A soft voice can be heard. Only the stout-hearted can keep the pathway before them lit. Yo! Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's light this up again. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so we're gonna go here. So it actually looks like we have more time. I'm glad actually that we walked through through that section, because it kind of showed us that that we actually have more time than we think. Because I really thought that it was like 3 stages of the candle instead of like 4 stages or so. So that actually helps out. We got more time to explore this this maze. Okay, so once we throw this switch, and we get the ladder going down. That's really great. And then, is this really the only... These are only our options. So let's go ahead and go through the right door. I saw that from that opening there. That one of the other switches was revealed. So I think we gotta backtrack farther. I think this is the switch I missed. Now, is this going to open? Nothing over here. Okay. When you're only thing I can think of is if we go down, and if we go to the right, in that hallway, it looked like there was a place where the door might there might be a door. Yes. Okay. Jesus, that was way too much. That whole rely on the knights kind of thing was such a freaking. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have fallen for that. But thank goodness they actually made it a little bit more obvious. Like there's a door that could open there. Because I sure as heck wouldn't have been able to guess. You puzzle out the cryptic words. Oh, what now? Sometimes the path shall be behind you, but still plainly in front of you. As if that maze wasn't bad enough. Yeah, yes, I did fall for it. Stop making fun of me, Doc. Mother. Son of a bee. Okay, okay, fine, fine, fine. Oh yeah, absolutely. He used to be a tourist in the mine village of Narsh. Rome of the Realm. Exactly. Kinda. Sorta. That actually is a game I need to go back to, though. Come to think of it, I haven't finished Final Fantasy VI by any stretch of the imagination. God, I hate these guys so much. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's right. Gotta go through the door first before my controls go back to normal. You're a Narshian? Are you, though? Are you? Wait, so I can actually move through this without... Yes! Okay. At least we don't have to do the puzzles all over a frickin' again. At least it doesn't seem like it. You have a passive magic and industrial present. Yeah, I mean that's true. And you also, unfortunately, kind of got wrecked by three people with Magitech armor. And in those mines, you could survive Kefka's apocalypse. Very much true. It's kind of funny you mentioned that, Flux, because spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't played Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy III in the US on the SNES. Spoiler alert, so please, please, please make sure that you cover your ears. Um, yeah, it's interesting. Kefka's a really interesting villain. And the reason why I say that is because of all the people that that have been villains in the franchise, I think Kefka is like one of the few who gets literally everything he wants. So my running theory is that Kefka was um was driven mad by the first experiments on trying to infuse the different soldiers with magic, using magicite. So he goes from maybe a bit of a jerk to a raving mad jerk, ends up plotting to overthrow the emperor, succeeds in doing so, has full control of the entire world, reigns over them like no other, and basically acts as um, his own judge, jury, and executioner in making sure that the world is in his image, how he wants to see it. And at the very end of the day, ends up getting a chance to be killed, killed by you know the the heroes. So he gets everything he wants, and then he gets a chance for them to end his suffering. And like I don't know of any other villain in the Final Fantasy series who's had something like that happen. He's a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, he absolutely is. The Muggles would help you hide. Yeah. That's probably one thing that I hated about the um okay, so that rules out two mirrors. So there's gotta be that third one. And that's probably the one thing I have gotta hate about that game. More than a lot that goes on in that game. And I mean there is a lot to be really disappointed with in terms of like why did X, Y, and Z have to have such a horrifying fate. Like I'm not gonna get over the fact that they killed General Leo the way they did, because that dude was just one of the only reasons why you could actually look at the Empire and not absolutely hate everything and everyone it stands for. Because the dude was just so much of what the Emperor should have been. But for them to show you that they essentially killed off the Mughals, trying to defend themselves over time, I was just like, bro, they could have done without doing that to the Mughals and to Mog especially, because I think Mog was the very last of the Mughals to survive. was like, bro, why would you do that to him? I mean, it does set it up for the reason why Mog is willing to join your party, but they didn't have to do him like that. General Leo is universally loved, right? I mean, the dude was admired well enough that rumors had floated through for a long time that he was an unlockable character, and it was so sad that that rumor did not end up being true. Like even if he came back in ghostified form, people would have been happy with that. But just the fact that he gets killed off as bad as he does, and you never get to play as him again, and never get to recruit him, it just sucks. You try to tell him to let it go. I mean, it is Gerald Leo. Of course he ain't gonna let it go. Dude try to legit fight the Emperor and Kefka. Well, mainly Kefka for what he did to poison those folks in Cyan. Yeah, I just remember thinking to myself though, just how much he was a beast. I mean, every attack that he was able to dish out was like what four swipes instead of your standard one or two. I was like, bruh, hashtag teach me your ways. Teach me your ways. Okay, this better be the right one because it's the last option we got. An unimpressive ring rests on this pedestal. You take the ring. You warily grab the ring of the kingdom. Okay, now the question is, how does this help us? I mean, yes, we end up, I guess, being a part of the kingdom and everything. Like, we end up maybe perhaps doing Lockmir's bidding, but how does this help us stop? Ooh, okay. How's this going to help us stop Belzar, though? Well, now, perhaps you'd be able to fight like that one day. I should hope not. Okay, Lockmere, you better freaking spill some info, cause what's next? Fight like Leo? Heck no, man. Truly, my young friend, you wear the mantle well. Know this, that with your new station comes new responsibilities. Okay, new responsibilities, understood. But how are we gonna beat Belzar with this? Things grow grave as we speak. You must hurry. I beseech you to waken our brethren, the ones to whom held mastery of the air. The dragons? You now possess the authority to do what you could not. Open the path with a familiar voice. Only in its music can you go on. Uh, okay. I don't know what that really did for us, though. So, I'm guessing that the last dragon is a statue. Because that's all they mention earlier on, in the books and everything, that the last dragon hasn't been seen in a few hundred years. Okay, let's see. Is Restolan actually going to help us out? Give us some clues, perhaps? Nope, he's not going to help us with anything. Okay. So the only other person I can think of who might be able to help us out in this situation is the Troubadour. Okay, nothing there. The Ring of the Kingdom, Bracelet of the Kingdom. Looks roughly about the same. Okay, not sure that we're going to want to bring any attention to ourselves wearing this ring with the dwarves. So let's go ahead and just